Okay, I'll call our meeting to order for the Stokes County Board of Commissioners, February 13th, to continue with our work sessions with the department heads. This meeting was originally started on January 17th and recently recessed on February 6th, so now we're back in session to, I think, do our last presentation for the from Economic Development, Mr. Eddie McGee and Tori Mabe. So you know the drill, right?
Do you want to which one do you want to start with?
We got an hour. You can say everything you want to say and maybe save us a few minutes for questions at the end. Take as much or more if you need it for.
Say everything we want to say.
Yeah.
I don't know if we really want to.
But
we wouldn't have time for that.
But you are being recorded.
Yeah, you are on TV.
Feedback.
Definitely, we're on TV.
Okay.
We'll do questions back and forth at the end after you've.
Why don't you start with the Arts Council stuff? I don't know.
Okay. Well, I went by the format that you all presented.
Yeah, just follow that format's fine
Yeah,
too if you want to do
and
that.
so you have
Did
a
everything.
front and back, all the high points as far as the executive overview of the mission and function of the organization to support the cultural arts in Stokes County. And as it relates to, and this is an expanded definition just in the last 10 years, as it relates to performance exhibit education, preservation of traditions, outreach, economic development, agricultural heritage, tourism, recreation, community, and quality of life. And again, that continues to expand because the arts in this county, we touch a lot of different areas, as you all know. So it's not just arts for art's sake. Some of our current goals, support local artists, provide a means to promote their work, facilitate quality arts education programs in all Stokes County schools, educate and provide opportunities for lifelong learning for all citizens, target and identify arts needs in the community, and form meaningful community partnerships. Currently, we operate the Arts Place of Stokes. That's a 7,000 square foot multi-purpose venue. We have an art gallery, a market representing more than 100 artists, coffee shop, flexible performance space, classroom, artist lofts, prep kitchen. What else am I leaving out? Ceramic studio, which is very popular. And we're not just in Danbury. I think there's maybe a small perception that we operate everything right there in Danbury at the Arts Place, and that's not true. We're throughout the county, and we've got a few of the different programs and events that we sponsor throughout the county, which include, and these are not all of them, but the Foothills Farm Fest, concerts in the Cove, Art on Main in Walnut Cove, City of King Movie Nights, other concerts with the City of King, Stokes Partnership, Barbecue for Books, the Sandy Ridge Bluegrass Concerts, which include also the Sandy Ridge School Show annually. We partner with the King American Legion for their Memorial Day, Veterans Day programs. Also, any military concerts at King Central Park. The King Powwow programs at Hanging Rock State Park include our Reach the Peaks Polar Plunge. Also, the Jaybird Gallery, which is the auditorium there. So we keep consistent artwork in there. And Soup in a Bowl is something that we do ourselves, but that partners with the 3 outreach ministries in Stokes County. Special Olympics, Christmas in Danbury, Stokes Stomp. We work very closely with Stokes County schools, arts and education opportunities, in-school programming, which could be their visual arts classes, their music classes, band, chorus, theater. We provide funding for special projects for those classes. We also bring in touring productions into the schools to expose them. It could be Winston-Salem Symphony, Piedmont Opera, Bailey Mountain Cloggers, North Carolina Theater for Young People. I know we have a full schedule coming up in the spring, an elementary school tour. North Carolina Theater for Young People is from UNCG. Cherokee Historical Association, we have 7 programs coming up with our 3 middle schools. This is a touring production of Unto These Hills. So I know that's the outdoor drama in Cherokee. This is a different version, again, that tours our schools. We fund field trips, Renolda House, Museum of American Art, UNCG Weatherspoon Gallery, UNCG Opera, North Carolina Museum of Art. So a lot of partnerships, a big impact from youth to adult. I'm very proud of that. It takes a lot of time and a lot of volunteer effort in addition to staff effort. The next topic is high-level thoughts or considerations for next annual budget submission. And I mentioned this, what I have listed on here, this is what I think is very interesting about the way we operate. I have two titles. I have a County of Stokes title, which is Director of Arts and Cultural Services, and also have a nonprofit title, Executive Director of the Stokes County Arts Council. And this structure allows us to operate from two fronts as to wherever there's funding available. It could be state funding, could be federal funding. I use those titles, again, depending on what the funding source is and what the grant requirements are. So it allows us to just keep applying for more money and keep providing more services to our residents. As executive director of the nonprofit, even though the funding, all the programming money runs through the nonprofit, but I'm able to apply to private, corporate foundations, and examples are Reynolds American Foundation, Duke Energy Foundation, Sarah Smith Self Foundation, so I can fund those through the nonprofit. A couple of capital projects. Now, these are the best examples of how I use my two different titles. When we upfitted the Arts Place of Stokes, that was close to a $1.5 million renovation project. All of the money came through, the revenue sources came through the nonprofit. So again, I'm trying to think, Appalachian Regional Commission, United States Department of Agriculture, Pope Foundation, all that funding went through the nonprofit, and we were able to, again, 1.5 renovation, that's how we're able to operate the Arts Place of Stokes. My county title, currently the Rural Transformation Grant by the state of North Carolina Department of Commerce, that's the project where we'll be upfitting the rest of our block, completing the block. That grant opportunity was not available through the nonprofit, only through municipal government. So that's when I switch hats and I'm able to say, well, I'm not right now, I'm not operating as executive director, I'm the director of arts and cultural services. And so I think it's a great structure. And again, it's not really a consideration for the next budget, but it's to maintain that relationship between the county and the nonprofit. I'm also very proud to say that a lot of other counties in North Carolina now look at our structure and see how it has been successful to have a county employee and a nonprofit executive director who are basically the same person. And again, it's been successful. That's been the relationship as long as I've been there. That was the relationship with the county and the Arts Council that I was hired into. We have just grown it. And, I might have some ideas of how that could also work in economic development in the future. But it's very successful now. So, and we're proud of that. And again, being the example throughout the state is pretty cool to let others see what we're doing. As far as adequacy of training in our organization, I know just recently, January 28th, we had a Stokes Arts staff and board, Rocky's Coffee Shop staff. We organized our own customer service training at Luna's Trails. This is through Foresight Tech. Gianna Clark was our professional development workshop trainer on this one. And the training focused on customer service. Wow was the title. What's needed on time with value. We do provide a board retreat every year, and we try to have a topic that our board addresses with our staff. But this was a complete team effort, and it was very, very successful. Tori and I both agree, and actually all of our board. And that's not really succession planning, but it is professional development for our organization. We also do a lot of cross-training within our organization. Staff, board, whether it's working at the counter, whether it's helping customers. Commissioner Cox just mentioned about booking our venue. So there's different people that are able to address that. The coffee shop's the same way. We're cross-trained to, well, unfortunately, I can't go make a coffee or a latte because none of you would drink it. But at least to either scoop ice cream or address the customer and how we can help them.
Make the cakes.
Who make the cakes? Yeah. So again, we help each other. It's a team process. And but the customer service training, that's something we'd like to see happen more than just once a year. Now this past weekend, Saturday, I attended SciTech had an arts, crafts, and entrepreneur training at their Stokes campus. Very well attended. We had some of our volunteers that were there attending it. And again, it's great to see those. We encourage all of our artists and our volunteers. And those are things offered by Forsyth Tech. They've got an incredible small business staff. And I'd like to see that also maybe over into the economic development realm, maybe more business training. But as far as the Arts Council, we're already doing that. We've been doing that for a while. And I think that's the buy-in for our entire team, volunteers and staff. Addressing personnel turnover, we really don't have that much. We're on our 4th operations manager in the 48th year of operation. So, Louita Sis, Sharon, I'm trying to remember, we just had 4. And so Rose Martin and Sonia Godwin are other team members that are county funded. And we're there. We're open 364 days a year. And so we've got to have some consistency in the team. And turnover is not an issue in our structure right now. Your thoughts on Forsyth Tech Meadows programs, capabilities, and resources. We're already integrating these into our operations. We have been for a while. I mentioned the customer service training. Sally Elliott and I communicate, I don't know about weekly, but monthly on partnering, creating programs, again, to better our volunteers, to better our staff. We're working on projects right now to try to incorporate more traditional music, crafts, support our agricultural heritage, place-based assets, and leadership. And we'll continue to develop that. And but yeah, Forsyth Tech is, again, they're a big part of, we've got a big part of our organization. They have an arts faculty. That's our next exhibit, actually. Forsyth Tech arts faculty will be, I think that exhibit gets hung later this week. Short and long-term goals for our organization. We're always trying to upgrade our programming, expand our programming. We don't like sitting still very long. And I mentioned a few of these. Growth of our community theater program, Appalachian craft classes, fiber arts, more traditional music. International Bluegrass Music Association, their annual conference is held, their annual celebration is in Raleigh. And we really need, Stokes County has an incredible traditional music heritage, as does the local counties that we border with. And we could all do a better job of that, of connecting with IBMA. So that's one of our short-term goals. How can we connect better with them in promoting our history? Another one of our short-term goals, complete that rural transformation grant project that would bring Midsummer Brewery into Danbury, farm-to-table restaurant, and upfit the Artist Way. Presently, we're just waiting on North Carolina Commerce. They have to do a review of the project, site visit, and this is something that I keep Shannon and Lisa involved with as well. They're part of that network. And we're waiting on Historic North Carolina. They have to review the project because Danbury is in a historic district. but we want that finished within the year. We want to lead the farm to table movement in Stokes County, and we are already through our partnership with Hanging Rock State Park. Earth Day, April 22nd. I don't know, are you all familiar with the farm to table movement? Anybody just shake your head? Locally sourcing food from agriculture farmers, pork, poultry, beef, produce, supporting dinners or anything to do with food that we're already doing. April 22nd was Earth Day. We have a hike coming up at Hanging Rock State Park called Stars to Sunrise. And again, we're working with Hanging Rock staff. We'll meet in the dark, hike up to Moore's Knob Tower, watch the sunrise, come back to our venue, and Chef Mark Thrower, who is a Stokes County resident, and he's the executive chef at Shelton Vineyards, is going to create a farm-to-table breakfast for us. So that's combining different elements of art, recreation, and farm-to-table ag. And that's what that's a perfect example of what we do there. We just try to combine a lot of different elements of place-based, the assets that Stokes County already has. So we want to lead that movement. I know that the YMCA, Stokes Y, they want to get more involved in farm to table. There's a new Main Street program in King. They're interested in the farm to table movement. So again, it's culinary arts. We expand the definition of arts. So this is something that we'd like to see happen in the short term. Continue to develop our partnerships. We have great partnerships already. UNCG, UNC School of the Arts, Winston-Salem State University, the North Carolina Arts Council, which is a great funding partner for us, and South Arts, which is also a great funding partner. The completion of the Sheeprock Ridge Trail from Hanging Rock State Park. That trailhead's going to be a spur off of Hanging Rock Trail, and it will complete, I don't know if you're familiar with that, that will finish in the back behind our building, coming into Danbury.
What's the date, you know?
I don't know.
This
I don't
year.
know. Hopefully, yeah.
They mentioned this year at the last meeting I was at.
Okay.
And if it's, again, our partnerships with Hanging Rock already, if it ends behind our building, there's no reason that on the short term, we can't have hikers coming to our building, but also with the completion of that Rural Transformation Grant project. Midsummer Brewery there's food, there'd be art, there's beverages, hiking, outdoor recreation. It's that synergy we've created with all the different partners. Stokes County Schools. I would love to see, this may not be on the short term, but maybe 3 to 5 years. A+, this is an arts integrated school at the state level. And I would love to see one of those in Stokes County schools. It's not, A+ means you're integrating the arts into classes that you already have. So you would incorporate the arts into math, into science, into history. It's not just all-day arts classes. So there's a little bit of misinformation about that. I know there's interest. I've spoken to the curriculum directors at Stokes County Schools and also Dr. Rice. So there is interest in having that. And to have an arts integrated school, that's a great way to promote a different way of having education, presenting education in our school system.
That'd be one school, but all the students would have access from other schools.
Well, you'd have to start with one school.
Yeah.
You'd have to start with, and more than likely, an elementary you're going to have a greater percentage of success if you start with one school.
Yeah.
Yadkin is the closest one now that has one school.
Okay.
But if it works in one, then you can expand it to others.
You guys just ask questions as we go, if you want to. We're probably
I know
gonna
we've
run out of
lost
time.
students to the arts-based school in Winston. That, I know of some that go to my church that just chose to go down there because they have an arts-based.
Sure. Well, creativity and imagination. Again, Stokes County Schools does an incredible job already with emphasizing that and partnering with us. But it's just another opportunity for growth. This is a state level program. A+ Schools is supported by the North Carolina Arts Council.
Yeah.
So it's already, and it's been in existence probably 15 to 20 years. So they have a plan and a structure for being successful. Top 3 issues. I mean, if we have them, I like that, keep you awake at night. We don't really sleep anyway, do we, Tori?
Or we don't.
We're somewhat outgrowing our space already, so maybe expansion, maybe in the next 5 years. Again, the fact that we're open 364 days a year and it's a multi-purpose space. We love being able to transition from a meeting space to a performance, to a baby shower, prom. It's again, but we're running out of space. Use creativity to create a new economic and quality of life vision for Stokes County, using the arts, agricultural, and outdoor recreation. And I truly believe in that as far as an issue for this county. It's place-based. It's using what assets are already here. State parks, outdoor recreation, entertainment, the arts, agriculture. They all go together. And more visibility in King and Walnut Cove. They continue to grow. We've got to continue to strive to be more visible there. And let's see. Status of the part-time salary budget, overtime budget, amount of comp time. I addressed that. We consistently remind our team to regulate comp time, and we try to use it. Again, being open 364 days a year, our team, we work some crazy schedules sometimes. And so we're going to, at least a couple of our team members are going to accumulate some comp time. But they work it off in other ways. And but again, with being there on weekends, this is, we make sure it's not an issue, but, sometimes it has to, again, we're in the building. We have to be in the building for the customers. That's pretty much it for me. I mean, I love where we're at. We're very visible. Hopefully you all recognize that. We do a lot.
I'm really impressed with how much y'all are open, to be honest, because there's lots of businesses, like even in King, where they, I hear all the time, well, it'd be nice if they would stay open past 5 o'clock or 5:30, or, it's just a lot of things do close really early and are not open on the weekends and stuff. So, I mean, that's impressive in and of itself that y'all can keep it open that often. And I know y'all are, have a lot of volunteers that help on the weekends when there is like a performance and stuff, and you've got a good team there too.
We do, yeah. Our volunteers, our board, Tori's our current board president, and we're always in the trenches. It's not like I think all of us pretty much lead from the front. We're not behind the scenes telling people what to do. We're right there with them. And we're in a good place. We've come a long, long way. It still requires a lot of hours. He puts in more hours than anybody. And but we're always, does anybody communicate more than us? I mean, between each other, 24/7, we're on call with each other.
Since 2009, so I've been.
But that's what makes it work. It really does.
Okay, you guys going to talk about the economic development next?
Yeah.
You guys want to ask questions on arts before we get to that?
I got one.
Yeah, fine.
In your 5-year plan, I've only seen it really a major problem maybe a couple of times. But I know Hanging Rock is concerned about your parking. Have you got any miracles up your sleeve?
No. Well, here's the thing. When we started building the arts place, everyone would come into my building and say, "You're going to have a parking problem." And you know what I would say? My response was, "That's great." Because if I don't have a parking problem, I'm not really doing what I'm doing. We're limited in Danbury to where we could park.
Well, before the parking lot in the back, you had a 150-person concert, and people found parking somewhere.
They did.
They will.
Yeah,
Park
that's
at
true.
Purple
Before
Cow
that
or
parking lot was
something,
even complete, we were parked around the courthouse, and up and down the streets. I remember directing people to park at the
Purple
post
Cow.
office, the Purple Cow, one of the churches in town. I want to say we've even run a shuttle from, some of our events from even here, we've run a shuttle. So that's something we're going to have to address as a team. But I don't look at parking, that's a great thing to have, is a parking issue. Because that means more people are coming here. And, once we complete, I'll tell you when we're really gonna know is once that Midsummer Brewery, this next part of this project is complete, when Midsummer Brewery opens, the restaurant opens, the Artist Way is upfitted, you're going to see a lot more people in that space.
I think Vape Meckham will contribute big time to it too.
I agree. So I don't know if a shuttle system in place, sidewalks out to here, the Danbury sidewalk plan, where it can tap into here at the government center.
Yeah, we talked about that before. If we had a sidewalk from here, it's not that long a walk, and we could really park a lot of people then. That's probably something we need to go back and look at.
Well, in
I think
urban areas-
DOT will have to be heavily involved in it, of course.
Urban areas, we're used to parking in decks and walking. And we need to get used to walking up here. But again, that's one of those, again, it'll be interesting to see how much additional parking is needed once this is complete.
Your objective is to never solve completely the parking problem, right?
No, but we have a large number that are not from Stokes County, so we need to show them where we can park other than behind
Yeah.
the Arts Place.
Signage is what's going to be needed. And I know Hanging Rock, I don't see their visitation receding. I see that continuing to grow. And to be a Stokes County resident, my wife and I go up to Hanging Rock quite a bit. We take advantage of the park and hike. We've even been turned away up there. And I actually love that. I love getting up there where I've got a ranger saying, "Hey, Eddie, you don't get any preferential treatment. We're out of parking." So either you're going to have to go back to Indian Creek Trail or go back and wait and come back in a couple hours. We smile ear to ear about that. I think that's awesome. Now, it's not great for the visitors to hear that, but then that's how we notice when the park's full, there's more people showing up in our parking lot. They'll come into the Arts Place and they'll even tell us we were directed to come down here or directed to go to Moortalk. So once this bridge is complete, so that's going to be something else that's going to have to be addressed is upgrades to Moortalk. That is an asset that needs better parking, that needs upgraded facilities, so that when visitors go to Hanging Rock and they're turned away, where can we go now? Well, we can say you've got a nice new park down here at Moortalk. Take advantage of that. We have trails down there. You have water access sites there. Or you can go to the Arts Place, or you can go to the Indian Creek Trail, head down on the river. We gotta have more options. But signage, I think, is critical. Eddie,
Got another one? Yep.
So I like what you're talking about the historic courthouse. So, and then coincidentally, yesterday was a rain out, couldn't really do much around the farm, so I spent a lot of time going back and looking at some emails and so forth and so forth. And the one thing that I spent some time on was an email Shannon had sent the board about a month ago, as we were talking about the courthouse. And of course, there's renovations. It's like a lot of our other older buildings here. We got to start looking at, what's going to happen in the future. Ties into the school system, to whatever they're going to do with, with their building situation. But I agree with you. I think it's a great fit if we can acquire, we already have it, but if we can repurpose it from the superintendent's complex to historic Danbury, I think that would be a big fit. So in tying in with that, we've got some decisions to make coming up on the renovations of the courthouse. I was just wondering if you would have any ideas when it would come to helping us with grants and funding, so we can kind of tie whatever we got to do with what we got to do to maintain it until we get to that point, whatever the master plan is between the school district and the county.
So this is something that we can bring up in closed session, but I will say this, and Tori, our board, several of our board members, and several people in the community that I have disclosed this to, we have a business plan in the event that the historic courthouse becomes available. We have a plan that we think will completely transform this town with that structure.
Good.
And could help with grant funding to get it renovated. But the operational plan, it would be two parts, just like with the Arts Place. You've got the capital, which is upfitting the structure, which is going to take, I don't even want to guess what it would be at this point. It's got to be several $1 million. But what's more important is not just renovating a building for the sake of renovating a building. It's what is the operational plan to make sure it sustains itself. And we have both pieces to that project ready. But again, we don't want, because I don't know what the timeline is for the schools. But we would be very interested and excited to, and this involves, Sonia's daughter Haley's on our board. Again, we have our board is made up of diversity of skills, whether it could be traditional areas, heritage areas, business areas. But when we get to that point, we'll be ready to make a presentation.
That's good to hear.
Very excited about that, yeah.
And then, and of course, we've talked about this before too, offline a little bit, but, please keep in mind, because the Historical Society building, there's a lot of good hearts on that board, and they mean well, and I really, really want to tie them in.
Oh, absolutely.
Because there's just a lot that needs to be done, even some cosmetic stuff, like even to start with just a parking lot. You come in the town if you're not from here or don't live here, and even if you come in for an open house type thing, you don't know where to park. Because the only place to park is the grass, or you go on the street. So I think that's a missing piece too of being a vibrant Danbury community with our history, and so I know you won't, but I just wanted to remind you, just please, if you come across anything that that makes sense grant wise and one of your hats or whatever, we need to look at that.
Well, again, when we get to that point where we know what the school system, what the eventuality of that space will be, we're only going to be as successful as the partnerships we have. They're already mentioned here: the school system, historic society, Stokes Arts. All of these, we all have to work together. That structure, again, it's not enough just to renovate the structure. You have to have a business plan. That's the only way. Before we even committed to renovating the Arts Place and getting it operational, we didn't want to build it and they will come mentality, because I don't trust that anybody will come. We wanted that business pie in place to where here's our revenue sources, here's how we're going to sustain this and grow it. Again, not just exist. You also want to grow your services. But Stokes County, the uniqueness that we have, oftentimes I'll give lectures or get to give talks across the state to other arts councils about place-based economics, creative economies, but place-based. What are your place-based assets? We have Hanging Rock State Park. Surrey County, Mount Airy has Andy Griffith. Well, Andy Griffith doesn't really work here, but Hanging Rock doesn't really work up there. Rockingham has their place-based. But what Stokes County needs to invest in our partnerships, in our people, in our agricultural heritage, in our traditional heritage. These are, again, in that structure, in our arts. And we can make it work. It will sustain, it will grow. The more stress that is continued to be felt in our urban areas of the cities, people want to get away. And that's going to continue. We're close. Here we are, proximity to the Piedmont Triad, 1.4, 1.5 million people. We're giving them not only a day trip, we're giving them an authentic experience. And that's where we really need to grow and focus on, and we'll be ready. We'll be ready. Again, the completion of our block this year, that's the next step. When we get to the point where the courthouse is something we can focus on with our partners in a plan. Yeah, we're ready. I mean, we're ready. So, yeah.
Like to hear positive stuff.
And Ronnie, you got a question?
That's all we know.
I don't really have any questions for Eddie. What I do have is, I do like the idea also from Hanging Rock to here. Everybody knows all the different places. Well, I don't want to say everybody. People from Stokes County that's been here all their life, like most of our board members, with the exception of Brad. We know what all's level. I liked where you said you need to continue with expansion of King and Wantco, because those two places are growing, both of them, growing quickly.
Yes.
The mayor in Walnut Cove is wanting to push getting a lot more places where people can have things to do, just as you've been talking about. King, they, as long as they are the bedroom community of Winston-Salem, you got 52 running, it's not going to do nothing but continue to grow and grow. I like that. Agritourism, something that I'm big on. And I know that's y'all working in partnership with SciTech and others on that. So I like a lot of things that I'm hearing, Eddie. Just continue to good work.
Thank you. Well, again, it's. I know you've heard this phrase before, low-hanging fruit. Those are things that are so obvious. They're things that can be accomplished quickly. And to have a sense of urgency, I mean, I'm looking around the room and at our ages, 50 years from now, Amber may be here. No offense. Tori might be here. But we need, I don't like pushing things down the road. I don't like meeting for meeting's sake. And our Arts Council, if nothing else, we have a sense of urgency all the time about just not talking about it, but getting it done. And those things that we're mentioning today, these are all things that they're already existing. They're already here. And the people are in place. We're just kind of fragmented. And the one thing I look at the Arts Council, and especially creative people, we can kind of take all these and get us all together and find a connection. And I think we're starting to see that. I think our county is finally coming around. And we all have our strengths in the areas. As you mentioned, King is growing, oh my gosh, with the highway and the new beltway and residential. So they have their niche. Walnut Cove has theirs, but the northern part of the county has theirs as well. The agriculture and the outdoor recreation. And there's no reason we can't combine all of these together for a great experience, not only for our people, surely we want to serve Stokes County people, but the visitors. And the ones that are coming up here, they're getting an authentic experience. And it's not just this fake thing that we're throwing out there. It's real. And I love the fact that, I'll never forget, and this is no offense to Surrey County, but someone said to me, this has been probably 15 years, they said, it's sad that we don't have an Andy Griffith. And I said, I don't want Andy Griffith. I appreciate what Mount Airy, I love Tanya Jones up with Surrey Arts and what they've done. But this is our time right now. The door is open for us to combine all these things, and it may be somewhat of a blessing that some of our structures, the historic structures, they've gotten to the point, maybe we need to move offices and open up other opportunities. And again, creative people will find creative solutions. And that's what the Arts Council is for. So, anyway,
Thank you.
thank you.
Just one follow-up, Eddie, something you mentioned earlier, and we'll talk about this offline, so I don't take up the rest of your time, but IBMA, as I understand it, will only be there a certain amount of time. They're on contract for
correct.
multi-years. At some point, they'll probably leave, so my question would be, should we increase our presence there while they're here? and maybe partner with Patrick County possibly. I'm on that board up there, that Music Association board, so I could coordinate that if we did, but do we actually need like a physical presence down there for a day or so or would that be, are we
No,
stretching
that's, and
too thin?
we've talked about that at the Arts Council, whether to have a booth.
And play music while we're there too.
Well, see, we already have a lot of Stokes County artists that go down there. And here's another quick story. I'll never forget, I went to see Rhonda Vincent. So some of you that know Rhonda Vincent with Bluegrass. And I purposefully made sure I was the last one in line to talk with her about, I want to get my picture with her. And I introduced myself and I said, I'm from Stokes County. And she says, oh my gosh, what do y'all have in the water down there? Because she said, everybody from Stokes County is a great musician. So she knew Lou Reed and Alan Bobby and Ronnie Bowman, and she knew Sammy Sheeler from up there in Patrick County. People are very aware of our traditional music heritage. And we could probably make a bigger presence as IBMA.
If it makes sense, yeah.
If it makes sense. But again, you look at, that would be something to look at us in regionally. Surrey, Rockingham has Charlie Poole Festival that they're bringing back. Surrey has Tommy Jarrell and their history as well. We have ours. Patrick has theirs. So again, we could be more coordinated regionally to be able to go after IBMA and make a bigger presence.
Yeah, okay.
But again, it's not like that we're not known. They know who we are.
Yeah.
We just got to continue to make it. It's got to be part of that business pie that I said. Traditional music is just as important as agriculture, as the arts, as outdoor recreation. And if you ever notice those type people, the people that like hiking also like to know where their food comes from. They also like roots music. They all kind of fit together. So we're all promoting and marketing the same thing.
Yeah.
IBMA people, they fit that mold.
Yeah.
So.
All righty, y'all want to switch to economic development now?
All right. So I've put together this little tourism and economic development report booklet, and on the inside there's a little front and back pager of what we're going to talk about here. The little booklet has all kinds of stats on population, tourism spending information, visitor counts at Hanging Rock over the last almost decade, and business names that have been registered in the county, along with top employers. So I've been part of economic development since 2015 and worked here since 2009. And Eddie and David Sudworth and myself were a partnership, and I guess I've been here through 3 different instances of how economic development's laid out. But even before I got into the department, I did help Alan Wood out with some things on his websites and whatnot with marketing. And then when I got in, I brought all of our graphic design and everything in-house, and we were able to save a lot of money that was being contracted out to other companies outside of the county. The mission of Stokes County Economic Development and Tourism is to serve all of the county businesses, small, locally owned, which serve as the lifeline of each small community, to the medium and large manufacturing operations who employ and provide a means of quality of living to residents. Also, restaurants like Chick-fil-A, when we go out there and promote them, they're employing local people, and that's community development right there. The department serves many business types, from agribusinesses, food and beverage, retail, convenience, specialty shops, markets, and attractions. It is the goal of the tourism arm to encourage visitation to Stokes County for outdoor adventure and family fun in the mountains and along the river. We do this via advertising statewide, regionally, and in various mediums from print to targeted advertising and video, digital. In the little booklet, it talks about in 2021, we had a local spot that aired during the Super Bowl, and it used a song that Eddie helped to write, the Stokes State of Mind song that we brought back and put a new image to with the video. And we've kept using that video in some advertising and linking in our digital ads. So the marketing efforts lead the visitors to our online resources like our smartphone app, to the social media pages where visitors can find up-to-date information on events and user-generated content that people tag when they're in the area by using the hashtag of Stokes Rocks. The tourism marketing brings awareness to all of our assets and encourages visitors to extend their visit and patronize local businesses while they're in the area. So if Hanging Rock is overcrowded, if they are able to find our smartphone app or any of our advertising mediums, they even before they get here, they're finding out about the local businesses and the events going on from Cove Square to Stoco Provisions in King, and anything that the King Park and Rec does at Central Park, all the way to all the events here in Danbury at the Arts Place, even events in Francisco. And Luna's Trail, Big Creek Lodge, they've been doing a lot of new events that have been promoted too. Under the Economic Development arm, the department is available to local business owners as a link to state and local resources or grant opportunities which may be available to them. We serve as a link to Visit North Carolina, North Carolina Commerce, EDPNC, and other organizations, even helping to find training at the local community colleges. We've done that in the past, in the last couple of years. So Economic Development and Tourism likes to maintain the rural charm and encourage place-based economic development opportunities, which Eddie had spoke to. And part of my education in college was in those opportunities with small business and entrepreneurship at UNCG.
I love that comment there, your last statement.
Well, thank you. So that is sort of a mission and function statement that I put together for the organization. So in the topics for discussion, we have the 2023-2024 budget considerations. Our economic development website has not had very many updates since Alan was the one who got that started, probably in 2010 to 2012 area of time. So there's some updates needed there, and would like to explore a new content management system for that website. The website has listings of local businesses that are like the industries and not just the restaurants and the visitor-facing businesses. That website is to be used for any business and show their employment numbers. Me and Eddie have talked about, too, if that website could be a resource for agribusinesses, any of those small farms. We've got a lot of new farms that are popping up in the county. If we could have a way for those farms to go on that site and list what they're offering, from eggs to beef to milk, whatever people are looking for, and that resource could also be used for any farm-to-table restaurant or movement that wants to open up. So these farms would have access to a back end of the website where they could log in and put what was seasonal for their farm that people might be looking for. We'd like to implement a countywide Shop Local loyalty incentive program for residents and visitors. This was tried at one point with Shop Stokes Local. This was before 2015. But recently I was in a webinar, and there's a company that does this loyalty program. The person, me, I would download an app and link my credit card to it. Or if you don't want to link your credit card, you can scan receipts. But we would sign businesses up, and then if a customer at that business, say the Dan River Restaurant or Front Porch Creamery, if they swipe that credit card, they would automatically get a 5 to 10% loyalty accumulation in their app. Once they reach a $5 threshold, they can move that money from that app to Venmo or to your bank, or even the company would send you a check. But you're getting that money back for shopping at these local businesses, and the business is not losing any money by having to give you a free drink or a 10% discount when you get to a loyalty threshold. But there is some money that would need to be put in on the county side to encourage this through subscription to the program and the different levels that you might want to do. And this might be something that would be explored when there's a potential for, if we ever had an occupancy revenue source coming in. But if we wanted to get behind this, you would put in a certain amount of money, and then once that money is expended, the loyalty program would have ended, or you could put more money in. But it is a neat new platform that is available, and they had a great presentation.
Got any examples of places that are using that now?
There are a few in Virginia. I didn't print that sheet they sent me, but I can give those to you so you go out there and look at their website. I don't know. I may have printed it and it's lost in some stuff in my move in the office. But I did look at one of this company, they put together a website that people would go to and be able to download the app, and it would show the businesses that are a part of that. I could actually send you the presentation. There's a PowerPoint that they sent me, and but that's something that would be great to look at. Just because it would encourage, it would also give us some feedback on the back end. There's some statistics and analytics that the company would be able to provide us as to where people are shopping and where they've come from to that business and how many times they're frequenting that business, which would also help in recruiting or giving more statistics to businesses that come to us. Like recently we had a business that is looking at Lawsonville to open like a farm-to-table style restaurant and a farmer's market, but they were wanting some stats on visitation and where people are going. And the state can provide us with stats, and we know from when people scan our QR code to download our app where they're scanning that QR code from, but we don't necessarily have statistics on where people are going to these specific restaurants. But this app would help with that. So that's just something that I would love to look into, and we can all get together on a presentation with that company. They're willing to do a presentation for more people, and I think it would be a good payoff to show us more and get more local, even from the residents, just support of your local businesses. We also want to explore some additional targeted or video content advertising opportunities, and we do a contract with Everwonder, who maintains and hosts our HangingRock.com tourism-related website, and they also put out 3 newsletters per year for us and do targeting advertising through Google, and which is also retargeted to people who are showing an interest in outdoor adventure, or maybe they have looked at our website before and they're going somewhere else and they can see our website again if they're looking for backpacking equipment.
I want to back up a little bit. What kind of cost are you thinking it would take to get our website up to where it should be?
Well, the Hanging Rock, the tourism website is great, and then people, it's a good resource. The economic development website is the one that needs some work, and
Yeah, that's what I'm
I don't
talking
know, I haven't cost that out or
haven't?
anything. No,
Yes.
but we could bid that out. I'm sure that's what would have to happen. I really don't know. I don't know a number.
It's all right.
Yeah.
With me later.
So in the next budget year, we'd like to explore getting a printed visitor's guide for Stokes County. We had one done back in 2015-16, and then there's been some other instances of a company that came together and put together guides for us. And we also use this Stokes publication that the Stokes News puts out. We advertise on the back page of that publication, and they provide me with boxes of those to put out. And they have some great articles about things going on in Stokes County, and that's whatever publishing group that is. The other newspapers, they have a similar magazine, but ours is the one that gets the most hits on their website, and it just flies right off the shelf. So it's the See Stokes magazine, and they'll be publishing one here in the next couple of months. But a visitor's guide that I would like to look at would be similar to one that Rockingham County has just put out and that Mount Airy is going to be putting out. They have sections in there where it highlights the community. So you could have a section of Sandy Ridge, Francisco, Westfield, and it would list those businesses, but it would also have sections for event venues where people could thumb right to that. And it would even go down to Pinnacle. It would have all of the communities and what's going on in those areas listed in like a 2-pager. When you open it up, you got your community, and you just keep going through. In the next budget year, a plan for funding incentive grants or an incentive program. I know we've talked to you about this before, me and Richard Brim. If there were any large-scale business that wanted to come in, they were going to bring some employment into the area, and then they were going to have a big tax revenue from equipment that they're bringing into the business. Me and Richard Brim in the tax office had worked up a plan, and that would be something that would be great to look into if there were a way to do some incentives for those big industries that might be coming into town.
Tax reduction incentives, right, you're talking about?
Yeah. If they employ so many people, you give them a certain amount of money, and they have to employ these people for a certain amount of time.
Okay.
Well, we presented it to the previous full board, yeah. But that would be something to look into. And me and Eddie are going to meet with Richard in the near future, and Richard's going to explain what he had in mind for that whole plan on that number for the number of employment and the tax revenue that's going to come off of the personal property. And then in the next budget year, maybe some funding in the training line item for some grant writing courses or educational opportunities in grant writing for me or anyone else who might be in the department in the future. So organization training in the topics for discussion. I attend economic development and tourism-related conferences throughout the state each year. Visit North Carolina is having their conference on March the 6th in Asheville, and I always attend that. And that's a great resource for keeping up with trends in social media and all of those user-generated content marketing systems like TikTok. They had a great presentation last year at the Visit North Carolina conference. And they even talked about Placer.ai, which Visit North Carolina has a partnership with, and I've had presentations from the company. And it's a great company, and it's a large amount of cost. But if you subscribe, anybody can have access to it. So when we were on the presentation, they put a geofence around King Central Park and was able to show me where people were coming in for big events. They even did one on Main Street in Walnut Cove, and it was able to show when the street festival happened from the peak and visitors that were coming into this geofence. And then it would tell me also where these people went to a restaurant after they left that geofence. It's all tracked through where people opt into this stuff on their cell phone. They don't know who you are, but if you're using some app, it could be the Starbucks app, and you've opted into tracing your location, they get those stats, and then you can geofence the state park, you can geofence the river access, and it'll give you all kinds of stats as to where people are coming in and how many people are visiting that area.
Law enforcement's been doing that for about 8 years. On certain things.
Exactly.
So there are also some UNC School of Government courses. ECU has a string of courses for North Carolina Certified Economic Developer. I've taken all of those courses that they currently have. They started in 2020. Even for a capstone project, I wrote up a 20-page presentation and report on wayfinding signage in Stokes County and how it could be implemented. And I know we talked about signs for parking, but I do have that report that has been done. And the part of the capstone project was to write up a business plan that could be put into place in your community. And wayfinding is definitely something that Pilot Mountain is using. They have some new digital wayfinding signs in the main street of Pilot Mountain at the state park, where they have advertisements scrolling and people can do a touch screen and find a map of where they want to go. So personnel turnover, I have been in the department since 2015 as the tech analyst, and I moved in from IT and kept that tech analyst title because I was maintaining the digital and technological aspects of the department and bringing the graphic design work in-house. The job title doesn't necessarily reflect all of my duties because I do a lot of tourism-related stuff. I am the tourism connection for the Piedmont Destination Marketing Organization for Visit North Carolina. If anybody if Carolina Zip Lines were just opening brand new, they'd have to contact me to get their stuff on the Visit North Carolina website. They can't just contact Visit North Carolina because they'll send them back to me because I'm the local person that is trusted to put all that information out there. And there are some other areas, Rockingham County, their economic development is set up under county government, and their tourism representative is a tourism and marketing coordinator or director. I mean, she just has a different title. I'm not just a tech analyst anymore. I guess I was brought in when we were doing that partnership to get things more advanced.
Eddie owes us an organizational structure recommendation, so.
Forsyth Tech Meadows integration, I presented at the first agritourism conference, and they just recently held that again. That was the second one that they held, but in 2021, I was there to present on social media and online marketing resources and benefits of having your Google listing available for people to find. We also talked about some vacation rental information there, and I know at this recent agritourism conference, they had a whole thing devoted to vacation rentals. I always refer medium to large businesses, not I, but the whole department, to Forsyth Tech for continuing education. That was part of the whole attracting Danbury Machine and Welding to Meadows. They would be able to work out some partnerships with Forsyth Tech, maybe some internships. Customer service training for the local businesses would be helpful. We created that little, I had an intern in the department over the summer, and they created that bound booklet that I gave you of resources for Stokes County for all the restaurants, vacation rentals, some planned itineraries. That is probably out of date. It needs to be updated now because there are some new businesses that have opened up, even in Francisco with that new Mexican restaurant. But the idea of that booklet, we gave them to all the different restaurants and anybody that would interact with a visitor to the area because, and let's see, Uma's in Walnut Cove, she said people look at that book all the time. People look at the one at the Arts Place. They have a binder at those locations. And the idea when we presented it to the business was that the ownership could tell their employees, hey, refer to this booklet, because I've run into this issue. And if we had a standard customer service training plan for the local businesses, some of their frontline workers may be, there may be a high turnover in them, or maybe they're younger kids who are in high school and college who are working, and maybe they don't know everything about Stokes County and all the areas, because I've heard it firsthand that a visitor would ask, hey, what can I do? And they'll send people to Winston-Salem to go to a theater or to go bowling. But there are things in Stokes County that people would enjoy and be able to spend the whole day doing. Even over the weekend, this social media channel, Social Adventure or something, put out this 4-day itinerary in Stokes County between Walnut Cove, the Arts Place, Pretty General Store, and it was they're on Facebook and Instagram, just has popped up and doing a lot of great highlights of things in this area. But a visitor could spend a lot of time in the area doing things from all over the place. Into Francisco, Walnut Cove, Pinnacle. So that customer service training could be something that I was basing off of the program that we had with the Arts Council that could be offered to the restaurants, just that they could send their customer or their employees to get better training. Short-term goals, the department organization and structure plan that we've been working on, me and Eddie. Explore implementation of an occupancy revenue source for short-term vacation rentals. We have about 80 of those. I just updated a list, and Greg Hunsucker in Mapping has a map of all of them and their links. These vacation rentals are being booked about 20 to 21 times a month. So that's like 21 days out of a month that they're booked. Some of them are booked even more than that. But before COVID, they were only booked on weekends, and we're seeing a lot more people who are coming and staying locally during the week, which is great because when you got people staying locally, they're going to go to your local businesses more often than if they're making it a day trip. And that occupancy tax revenue source could go into funding marketing grants for businesses. It's primarily to be used for marketing and any, like up in Mount Airy, they put that new mural of Andy Griffith and some of the rock work and benches outside. They were able to use occupancy tax to fund some of that. Richard in the tax office estimates that we could collect somewhere between $100,000 to $125,000 at a 6% rate of occupancy if we were to do that. So short-term goals, continue to update online website and resources for businesses that are in the area. Sometimes I'm the one who finds these businesses. They don't directly reach out to me. I'm the one who finds their events and promotes them. The social media content and posting calendar, we could set up a way to share restaurant, share event, share attraction in a continuous weekly stream of content out there on social media. Also would like to work on some new video and photo. In 2020, we received some grants through COVID Cares and Visit North Carolina to update our video and photo resources that we have for advertising. A lot of that is just stuff that I've captured when I'm out and about or hiking at Hanging Rock on my iPhone. Most of the graphics used in advertising is stuff that I've captured or stuff that we got in 2020 when Shane Sargent was able to help us put together the little video for the Super Bowl. And this is something that Piedmont Destination Marketing Organization has started to do. We have a organization of all 13 of the Piedmont areas, and they have outsourced their Instagram feed to a company that it's a very minimal fee, but this company is local in the Piedmont, and they create reels and stories for the Instagram, and they also go out there and find user-generated content for people who have visited the area. They contact those people who have posted this photo and ask for permission to reuse it, and their working to do that for the Piedmont. And it would be great that they could do that for us because they would be able to find stuff from people who are visiting and reshare it, because that's what people who are wanting to visit an area are looking for. They want to see the content of somebody's picture with their kids or friends and family in it to imagine themselves in that area. Content or user-generated content. Long-term goals go back to the budget year considerations of a new website update for the economic development website, implementation of the Shop Local loyalty incentive program. That may not be something that we do in the next budget year, but it'd be something to explore. And then explore additional targeted video content and advertising opportunities. Top 3 issues in the department. Being able to assist and provide or find funding to help the many businesses who reach out and need or expect this from Stokes County local government. You've got, especially since Eddie has started, he's had all kinds of meetings, and people are always reaching out, wanting to know about any incentives that we might have. And the only thing that we're really able to refer them to are building reuse grants of a vacant building where they need to update that, and we've been able to help Carl Mitchell and Mitchell's Meat Processing with that recently. Or we have to refer them, and those grants, they require a certain number of employment, minimum wage to be paid, salary, and that the business owner pays the insurance for the business. But you have some small businesses that reach out that are going to employ 6 to 7 people, and maybe they want to upfit a building, or they want some help with their marketing, but just a way that we could have a pool of resources or funding to maybe put together a small application that people could fill out and provide their financials to show that, hey, we do need this assistance and that we're going to buy in by doing this, and then we're going to hopefully bring this many people to the area.
Do y'all have a plan? And I know you don't have time for a lot of. Do y'all have a plan, or how do y'all reach it? Are you reaching out to our existing small businesses by visitation or phone call or something? See if there's anything
I
you
do
can
visit
do.
a lot of the businesses.
And I know that's a big undertaking.
Yeah, I mean, I contact people. So many people have my cell phone number. I can reach out to them on
Email.
Facebook. I mean, yeah, email. I do have a email list of the local businesses. It needs some updating, and I think me and Richard are going to work on that too, because he can pull all kinds of the businesses that are listed in the county, but some of those go to a Pepsi machine or somewhere that somebody has a personal piece of property. Some industry has it, so we just got to.
Well,
Calm that down.
I'm all right. I'm just going to tell you where this come from. During my campaigning, I had people say they don't know we exist, and that was kind of hurtful. But they won't call you. But I guess they just want a Christmas card. I don't know.
I don't know we exist as in.
Well, I can tell you, as soon as the announcement was made that I was the interim, within 24 hours, 48 hours, I had emails, phone calls,
Right.
texts. So a lot of them were reaching out to me, because I was reaching out to Tori, and we made a lot of
Right, that's
visits.
awesome.
But again, you have to, I don't want this to sound bad, and we get this through the Arts Council a lot. I can't, here's the way I'll present it. People will come up to me and they'll say, you need to book my brother's band. I didn't even know your brother, first of all, I didn't know you had a brother, and I didn't know your brother had a band.
And is he good enough for you to book?
There's 40-some thousand people in the county, or I don't know how many different businesses, but there has to be something on their end. But again, we've seen that, just the uptick on that in the last month of them reaching out. As Tori mentioned, is there facade grants, is there small business assistance, is there marketing grants? And
Something that we can.
yeah, we're working on that structure. So, but
Maybe we just do it mailing to small businesses.
Mailing.
Saying we're here if you need us, type thing.
And if we were to put together some customer service training thing, just to be able to reach, to send it all to them.
Yeah, throw that in there too.
because that's what you want as part of your structure, is what can we offer them? And at this point, we're talking every day on how do we restructure to offer them, again, whether it's training or whether it is small business grants or send them to Forsyth Tech or what's offered at the state level. So we've got to get a better, we've got to be able to present them with more opportunities to upgrade their business. Otherwise, they are going to say that we didn't know you exist. We didn't have a reason to reach out to you. We didn't think you could help us.
And I'll just complete this with the current budget level is at 46%. And something that we have to consider in the budget, our advertising and marketing budget has stayed around the same amount. Maybe it's been increased over 3 to 4 years by $5,000. But ever since I took over and started doing all the marketing in 2015, our visitation spending, even in 2020, we were like top 5 in the state of people visiting through this study that the Visit North Carolina puts out. When the big cities that have conferences and concerts, they lost all of that in 2020. We had people coming here for outdoor adventure, and they were also finding our local businesses and spending money locally because this study shows in 2021 that 46.3 million was spent here by visitors, which was a 48.6 increase over the 2020 year. So, people are finding the outdoor adventure and coming out of the big cities to enjoy our area. So we need to be able to maintain those levels of the funding that we have for advertising because those advertising rates go up. Because just recently somebody had sent me an email saying that they were going to have to increase the price of the ad that we were doing. And I told them about 4 or 5 times that, well, we're just going to give this ad up. And then they came back to me with the original rate that we've been paying for 6 years. So you have to wheel and deal, and I've done a lot of wheeling and dealing, and that's something that David Sudreth enjoyed. That when he was interim economic development director, I was able to get some good deals out of those advertisings, and we've been grandfathered into those rates and been able to keep them all these years, so that's great. So with our budget, many of our advertising contracts, they split the fiscal year, because we don't advertise so much in the winter between December and February, March. Most of our radio advertising starts back up in March, April, and runs all the way through November. So that is, and those contracts, they run a year, like 2021 span instead of a July to June timeframe with our fiscal year. And there's some notes there about all of that. I do try to pad in some money for funding for advertising that might come up on the fly or on the spot, like this local Super Bowl ad. The advertising representative for WFNY News 2 reached out to me. She had a great deal to have a spot right after the final touchdown, and we were able to have a little extra money in the budget to commit to that. And that was just something that you can't plan for when you're doing the budget, because all these good deals come up at the last minute for some advertising that you really want to jump onto that's going to have a lot of eyes who see the ad. So. Yeah, there's many counties who put together these reports, annual reports, and this is something that I'd like to continue doing.
Yeah, we like them.
This is awesome.
This ad on the back, the ad on the back is one that is on the back of the C. Stokes magazine. And those are pictures that, the middle picture was taken with some COVID CARES money, and so was the bottom one.
In terms of reports, I mean, yeah, that's something that needs to be done, continued to be done, and then it will also help you acquire the funding, kind of like what you were just talking about. If you don't, everyone's got to be held accountable in what work they do. Now, a lot of times it doesn't even have to totally be a success rate. It just has to be, what we're working towards and what the numbers are. So yeah, I mean, please consider that, this is going to be a standard of, it's a standard of operation that you are going to submit reports. It's not, like to be able to, that'll be part of your everyday yearly thing.
And I started working on this in early January and had it together. I wanted to have this finished for the work session here.
I like it. Very good.
Yep, I do too.
Are we-
Sonia, you got comments, questions?
Yeah, when we were talking about the website, during our discussions with the opioid and the opioid money and all, there was some consideration early on with that committee about a mobile app of the county that could have all the resources in a mobile app, just where you could access all the resources for treatment and different things. And in that discussion, we talked about maybe making that part of a county, like a mobile app for the county that had everything, like the website, and it maybe we could just do redo the county website like you're talking about, maybe,
That's the economic development side. So,
yeah,
you got the county website that IT does, but
right.
economic development and tourism has always had a EDC site and a tourism site.
But if I know me and Tori looked at some stuff on some other counties around that have the mobile app and different tabs for different things. And maybe one of those things would be about the substance abuse treatment and things that could be incorporated. But each department could have their own tab, so to speak.
Does the health department have an app?
We have our tourism app, which is totally different. We wouldn't
Yeah,
put
the
that stuff in
tourism
there. That's
app
people-
is totally different.
Yeah, we have about 10,000 people who download and actively use that yearly. So.
But a lot of counties do have a mobile app for their county. And some for even different, like you can download a mobile app for this county for economic development, different tab, or you can do one and just have different tabs under that heading. But that might be something to think about, because most people, let's face it, access stuff like that through their phone, and a lot of them do download all the apps. But, we decided that probably wouldn't be the best use of that opioid settlement money, because a lot of drug addicts don't even have phones.
And the best thing about an app, too, is that you can send somebody a push notification about something going on.
Right. Which is really good. But that might be something to consider down the road, is the mobile app aspect of how economic development, or even broader, the county, could utilize that. And I know we had talked about, like Ronnie mentioned, the different areas of the county, the King and Walnut Cove and Danbury, and all are unique. And one thing that we've talked about that hadn't really got off the ground yet is a multi-purpose performing arts place in King that could have a satellite arts council, or a gallery, office space, different things. A lot of it, I think, is going to depend on what happens with the schools and school buildings and where they could be moved to, and what repurposing could happen down the road. But that's something I know that's in the back of Eddie's mind in the future, but something that I think if maybe we could get something together quicker is this whole Moortop Park thing with I know Kyle Hall had mentioned getting him something to put in this year's budget to consider. So that might be something that needs to be worked on pretty quickly, he said, before April.
Bridge,
We're working.
the bridge update meetings when?
We're having one
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
There's a lot of work that needs to be done there before 2026 with the moving of that bridge.
Yeah. That'll complicate that just a little bit while we figure out, we'll know more tomorrow, hopefully, of kind of what.
Yeah, he said there's going to be a lot of, they have to get the archaeological people in there to.
Yeah, that could slow it down, I'm sure, but securing that funding, and I don't know how long you'd have to spend it, but there are things that even before the bridge is moved could be done, I think, to enhance. Moortop Park that's just something we really need to focus on for sure.
incredible resource.
Yeah, for sure. But it's good presentation. Y'all do an incredible job.
Continually amaze me.
The switching hats is we have to, well, since I've come, Tori's better at this than I am, but just basically drawing a line and saying, okay, this is economic development for the next 30 minutes, and then we're going to do, then we got to, do arts or do all the different meetings. Good gracious, agribusinesses. There's so many, you just go in so many different directions through the course of a day. Give funding directions and funding possibilities, and but as far as he's what I like best about he has got his skill set is just a lot of different areas, but tech savvy. He's right where he needs to be.
And the one thing I want you to do for my satisfaction is put up a neon sign in the window at the arts place. So, and just says, I'm okay, and have it lit up if you're there at midnight or because every time I come through there, your vehicle is sitting there.
A good place to use the internet. I don't have great internet at home yet.
I'm calling him at 11
Yeah,
o'clock
you
at
told me
night.
that
going,
story the other day.
Yeah, Tori, get out of the building. Go home, please. I'm tired of people calling me. At
Thank
midnight.
you for everything you do.
Anything else, Keith?
That's it.
Brad, you got
Great
anything else?
job.
Brad, you got anything else? Just a couple real quick points I would like to see, and the board, hopefully you can give your opinions as well. Propose an occupancy tax in the budget, so we can get that underway and make use of those funds. One of the things I'm most excited about is you, Eddie, you and Tori coming up with a long-term model for how we do economic development that will, I'm almost sure will involve heavy participation from successful people in the private sector and how all that'll work. I think that's really important for the long-term sustainability that you talked about, like have it going so when the names change, everything continues to function. So that'll be interesting. I know,
Well, in the
I know
short term
you'll
as
come up
well.
with a good one. So
In the short term as well. I mean, I know long term, but,
Yeah.
but restructuring.
yeah,
Just keep in mind what I said earlier about the nonprofit side and the governmental side. It's worked for the Arts Council, and that's the direction we're going.
Yeah.
We're doing it. We're putting in our research,
Okay.
talking to other economic development offices.
let us know when you're ready to talk about it. We're
Yes, sir.
anxious to hear. And this in your advertising, I know some others that advertise on the Galax station up there, and I think you probably do too, but that produces turnout. Whatever you're doing, a lot of people listen to that station. I don't remember the numbers of it, 98.1 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, anybody have anything else? I would just, comment by saying, the others said it already, but you guys did a great job on your presentation and with the detail and everything. And the other department heads have also done the same thing. They all stepped up and really put a lot of effort into coming in here and talking with us, and we appreciate that. I think it'll pay dividends as we go through the budget, try to figure out how to maximize the opportunities and the potential of the county here. So,
It's a great team.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, there's so many great team members, and we all work together. I can say this as a department head, no matter who it is. It could be tax office, it could be Brandon Hooker, it could be Stewart, it could be, I mean, I am so proud. I've been here, this will be 19 years this month.
Wow.
And the team we have in place right now, they're the best of the best. And we
Yes,
work
one of the
together
first
so
is-
well and selflessly. So,
one of the
there's
first
our
things-
leader
yeah,
right there.
one of the first things I realized when I got into this business back about the same time you did, is that this is a very much an integrated function. Every department has something to do with what the other departments are doing just about. So it's really, we have to realize that and maximize that interaction between departments to be successful.
And arts and tourism have been hand in hand. And Eddie's been my greatest mentor since I've worked here. So.
It's driving it's the engine that's driving the economic development is the arts.
It is, but all those other,
And
like Sally
tourism.
Elliott, all those,
Yeah.
the state parks, Stokes County schools, even going back to when Coach Mendenhall here was, well, I'm sorry, Coach. When he was there, we're
call him a lot worse
really,
things than
we-
Coach
we're
Mendenhall.
driving. We are driving.
Yeah, I agree.
It's great to see all those pieces come together and play space. I mean, that's what it's all about. We have assets to promote, and we're doing it now.
We always appreciated, when I was on the school board, the partnership with the Arts Council and schools has been huge for this county.
Fun. Yeah, it's fun.
All right. Thank you guys
Thank
for
you all.
coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You want to take a 5-minute break and then start closed session? Is that what we got next?
Yeah, or I can go ahead and read the rationales, and then we can go ahead and go into closed session and then.
All right.
Okay, be fine.
You want me to go ahead and do that?
Mhm.
Read them? Okay.
Yeah.
To prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law of this state or the United States, or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, and that's GS 143-318.11A1, and then to consider the initial employment or appointment of an individual to any office or position other than a vacancy in the Board of County Commissioners or any other public body, or to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of any public officer or employee other than a member of the Board of Commissioners or some other public body pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A6. Just need a motion to go into closed session.
Can I get a motion for closed session?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. We're in closed session. No more.
Well, no, don't we have some other
What
people
about
coming
those
in
other
on closed sessions?
sessions? Would that not be part of this?
I connect them all to this one. Yeah, I mean, I figured you just open up a new meeting. Do you want to keep recessing to those other ones as well?
So what have we got left? Just closed session?
February.
Yeah, we probably should, I guess. Yeah. Yes, so we'll recess till what date? Okay, February 23rd.
That the date we meet with the Board of Education too?
Yes. And that will be a new meeting with Board of Education. That'll be our
Yeah,
next
yeah.
meeting right after that. And now we're out of closed session. I need a meeting, motion to adjourn, to recess until February 23rd.
I make a motion to recess until February 23rd.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.